Okay. Where did I leave off? Oh, right. I was complaining about needing to make plastic. Okay, so I need to make some refineries. What are these made from? Steel. Okay, let's start boxing this stone because it keeps becoming a problem. Stone's in the air. I need steel.
Flight mode. Insufficient materials.
Really should automate these.
Insufficient materials.
Oops. Okay. Probably need some more chem plants too. Which requires steel also. And stone. And glass, I think. I already have.
Insufficient materials.
Okay. Should probably be plenty of those for now. I should probably pick up more landfill. Okay. Okay, I think this was actually on the... There's no indicator on this picture of which side's north. I'm facing south from this direction, but I wish that there was like a pole marker, kind of like there is in No Man's Sky. I think has like a north indicator. So we were looking at this and basically complaining about how much land I needed. This spot here feels pretty good. Might be able to just do this over like multiple rows. There's more coal here too. Wow, there's a lot of coal here. Also might be able to just do it up here. There's nothing else up here. Space is like awkward because building on this like polar part is really rough. But maybe that's actually not something. Maybe it's not something we can't like work with.
Upgrade complete.
Because this is 0.75. I don't know if I care which way I do this. I do need the coal line. I remember how I did on the other side. Must have just put 2 lines on one side. What is the through rate of these things? It's 3 per second going between them. This is taking in half per second, and this is. Oh, sorry. I'm like looking. Yes. 4 in, so it's 1 per second, but the front side's only doing 1 every 4 seconds and outputting. Okay. I'm thinking like having them all on one side, because it is quite slow. Ultimately, it's only outputting. The fast thing that's being outputted is light oil, and the fast thing being inputted is heavy oil. So it could be light oil, crude oil, and then coal. That's what I'm thinking. So you have like 3 belts. Like this. This is. Here's this too. The idea here is that it would input like this, input like this, and then output like this. And cross like that. So this one is running at 0.75. This is running at 0.75, and this is running at 0.5. And 0.5 is plenty fast for this. 0.5 is also plenty fast, and 0.75 is plenty. These speeds are basically actually exact. They're all actually exact speeds, which is kind of crazy. And I can easily fit a Tesla tower in between. And then I can just hit. Well, then I need to delete all these lines. I think you can extend the belt by 1. like this. Like, copy, paste. The belts can extend by one in one direction, it seems. It looks like this. How many sets did I just do? Also tell me the number. Actually 15 is like the most. Okay. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Each piece is only consuming half, so I need 24 in theory. Well, in theory, I only gonna fill the belt with 2/3 to run them all, I guess. Unless I use higher tier belt outputs. I might put a piler in line so I can actually fit in like more of these. So I'm at 11, so 12 would give me a belt of 6. Which I could drag, so it's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I can fit 20 in a circle, apparently. How does that work? 20 out of 24. 20 times 0.75. That'll fill output 15 per second. And consume 10 a second. Okay, there's probably a different radius that could have worked that would have given me the 24 number, but I think I'm just gonna live with this. It is interesting that this did fit exactly. Wasn't expecting that to fit exactly. I may want to poke a hole somewhere. Oh, you totally can just fit a belt. between like all of these. Interesting. Okay. There's also like even more crude oil if I want to like harvest more of it. We're harvesting from here. These ones, which will give me about 12. Part of me wants to just go straight here. You along the line. You're not. Lack item. Okay. So I need to grab more belts. Which I actually just have already, I guess. Really? Okay. So I need to this belt here. Ah. Wrong button. Did it again. Alright, okay. Oh, hey, Squirrelin. What's up? Sounds rough. Yeah, I mean, oil processing in this game is not really that much different in many ways than other Factor games. I think Factorio still has like the most complicated oil processing I've seen out of any Factor game I've played. Oh, you're doing double XP. Yeah. Well, I think my membership ran out, so I haven't been playing.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
So I have to get your XP tokens. Gotcha. Turn too much. And that's our coal. Oh, these things should be working. Yep, there's the light oil.
Light mode.
I have exactly one stack of refineries. Okay, chem plants. I'm gonna make plastic, which requires this. So first, let's go make some of this stuff, which is made enough smelting. I need twice as much, right? Is that what this said? No, only one. Okay, whatever. Because I only need 6, so 1 full belt. Six, 9, 13, 19. I mean, that's more than I need. 13, 17. So these 3 I think is enough. I think I need like 18 actually, the way it like works out. 12. I mean, that's 18. Okay. This is burning, what, 1 a second, I assume? Yeah. Over here. So this must be 12. how many of these do I need? Two-thirds or one-third or 6 divided by 3 or 6 times 3, I guess is so 18.
Flight mode.
I stick this on the inside. I can fit maybe 15 here. I need 18. Maybe let's just stick it on the outside. Why is there a random hole? Like, I think there's like a multiple where the length of the belt is not quite the like a integer size because of the circular pattern, and so there's like that gap is slightly smaller than 1 square, and so it can't actually fit an item, which is funny, but that makes sense to me. So 3rd speed. Compared to so I actually need to get this path on the outside path here. But if I do, then I should be able to say take my chem plant foundation required. Oh, really? So space for the belts, and then drag this around. Can I fit it here?
Mineral depleted.
That's 15. You fit 3 more. There we go. So it's 15 chem plants. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is make a gap here. That looks like this.
Flight mode.
Where am I getting? I think it's from like over here. I'll need to bring the belt around. Yeah, it's just 1 on 1. Okay. I'm gonna do here actually is when this belt finishes, I'm gonna reverse this path. Cause I can insert right here. Inputs, outputs, input, like this. I might want to reverse that. Yeah, let's reverse that. So input, output. I'm gonna wait for these belts to be built. Spoiler build actually is a little more fun than I expected it to be. I've been kind of avoiding building on the poles because of just how weird the alignment stuff is, but kind of cool just building like a circular belt that's straight. Let's reverse this belt. And then this belt here, technically on the wrong side. Should probably research more. Own engine. Construction bot speed. That would be pretty good. They're pretty expensive. Is there also a thing for... I already got these, right? Yeah. I was kind of focusing on those. Alright, let's up my more drones and more speed. Okay. There's a square where the stuff fits in. Can't drag this apparently. I have to manually place them. Low power. I have to set up some fusion power. I am 33 hours in. They aren't efficient hours, but it is 33 hours. You're lost of like in your game, like what to do. So I turned off like all of the I left on like the how to play tips, but I turned off all like the guide. There's like an in-game like guide. I guess that's supposed to tell you like what to do. I can't like vouch for like how good it is. It's probably pretty decent, but as far as like early game, like what I did, I can kind of, everything's kind of messy because it's messy with the like rest of my base. I can try to show you sort of what I did. So I'll kind of try to point out like what my initial stuff was. So I think that there was Yeah, there was a copper mine here, which is gone. So I put a copper mine, and I grabbed a stone mine here, which is still here. I used a stone mine to make glass and brick. They're pretty, like, these are just like basic materials. There's an iron mine here, so I made iron, I made glass, I made brick. And this copper mine was making copper ingots. So yeah, I was just making general basic lines of these 4 materials. And they're sticking them in boxes and just handcrafting for a bit. Once I kind of got things a bit more going, it's like, well, I want to have like some automated just for basic building production. And so I was like, okay, let's grab another iron mine. So I grabbed this iron mine. This one's just dead. Cool. I don't think I grabbed this one yet. I think it's just this iron mine. And I was making more ingots, and I was making ingots, I was making magnets. So that's the other iron resource that you can make with iron ore. And from these, I was making some gears and steel from the iron ingots. So now when I combine it together, I have a belt of magnets, iron, gears, and steel. So these 4 belts. And then I brought those down here. This I might have just boxed, because I think basically nothing uses steel at this point. This might have been added later. And then the magnets I brought here with my copper belt to make electromagnets, and the iron copper combined. So I brought the copper in to make with the iron. So copper plus iron plus the magnets gave me the chips and the magnets.
Upgrade.
And so then I built what I think the term is called a mall. So I had this big bus here of chips, magnets, and iron and gears and iron. Oh, and I think, yeah, glass and brick I brought a bit later. But you can see I just have these like big belts, and they just run along these buildings that are just like building like all the basic like machines. So you have like furnaces, assemblers, splitters, belts, wind. That's what I did. I can't say that that's the correct play, but that's what I did initially. I will say that it kind of was a little less effective than in Factorio, because you need more kinds of resources from my experience to build things. And it like makes them all a lot messier, but that's basically what I did. Yeah, Satisfactory malls don't really work. The big problem with Satisfactory malls is that in Satisfactory you don't need you don't have to construct buildings. You just need to build the raw resources, and so it doesn't really make sense to have a mall, because in a mall you have like a whole bunch of just really basic components, just all constructing like final products essentially, like all the buildings, just so you don't have to handcraft these buildings like later. You just don't do that in Satisfactory. You don't have to craft buildings. So that's my main reason why I don't think malls are very helpful in that game. And yeah, you can build from the Dimensional Depot too. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, I just kind of built this. I actually never expanded this from the start of the game, and so I kind of like just, there's a lot of buildings I keep having to handcraft. So like all of these like oil-based buildings and stuff like that, I keep handcrafting. Yeah. But that was my early game strategy, and then I kind of just did the same strategy I usually do from that point for like normal factory building games. I just like look at the tech tree. I'm like, okay, what is the first science? What do I need to build the first science? Just kind of go down the tech tree to unlock that. Once that's going, go to the second science. What do I need to do the second science? Just kind of follow the science line. After I did the second tier science, that like start running the roadblocks, but I guess I'll let you explore and figure it out before like you run into the same problems I ran into, and like why like it kind of works to keep going that way. But like, yeah, eventually you'll run into things that are like, oh, I can't just build the lines to build this thing. I need to do a bunch of other stuff in order to unlock this thing. I can't just do the thing. And so that was, I mean, that was, for me, that was fun to kind of figure out. It was also a little frustrating at times, but that was the general gist. Okay, so we have a plastic line now at this pole. It's not painted, which I would like to do. Kind of want to build one of these things. Needs titanium, steel. Yeah, it requires those things. Do I have like a box of them? Kinda. This is still like slowly backing up. So no.
Depleted.
I need titanium. Oh, one other piece of advice that I learned the hard way, that would be helpful, just like early game knowledge. So the way that this game, like the grid works, so I like start building. So you see the grid. Technically, like these, because you're on a sphere, these squares aren't like exactly square. They're actually like, so you'll occasionally run into like weird things where like something will work on one side and not on the other side, because like one side is like a little more like narrow than the other side is. But more importantly, like the way the grid is just laid out on the map, you'll see like as you go like up the latitude, there's like the grid like shifts over here, like the grid size changes. And so as long as you like stick to longitudinal lines, like going across the equator, like the grid will always basically be like a normal square grid. But like if you go this way, if you go up latitudinal lines, the grid like keeps shifting around back and forth. And that basically means that if you're building like rows of building, you want to build horizontally. Yeah. There are times where it's okay to build vertical. Like you see here, I did it vertically. And you see like in this section, the grid isn't aligned. So the other thing is that like the size of the grid changes slower near the equator. So if you're at the equator, then you have this like really big section of like you can build in either direction and it's like mostly fine. You see like the grid basically lines up here. But you see here the grid's a little bit smaller than it is here, but it still like lines up. But like as you get close to the poles, the grid changes faster and faster. So here you have like this section, it's only this part, and then you go here, it's only this section, and you go up higher, it's like only this section. And like the size of your vertical space gets like smaller and smaller, where like of how much vertical space you can build. So in general, you want to build near the equator if you can, because you'll have like a larger amount of like just normal like big square grids. And also you want to build horizontally instead of vertically if you can. Yeah. So that's my I learned that the hard way. I was like building things vertically, or I was like building things across two different like grid sections. Like if I built like in this section right here, like the stuff on one side of the building, the other side of the building like don't line up. And that was causing like all sorts of problems. Like just say the headache, like make sure you're building a section where it's like nice, like even grids and so on and so forth. It'll save just so much headache. What else I was trying to build? Need steel. Somehow like I need like a ton of steel right now. I guess like all these like later buildings just require a lot of steel. And I need copper. Oh, I actually had those resources like in my inventory already. No, whatever, it's fine. I actually want to build at least 2 of these. Let me see here.
Insufficient materials.
I need some of this. Oh. Need motors.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
They're turbines, not motors. Why do I have perp? Why is this in my inventory? Fuck.
Replication complete.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is try to replace my goo with higher tier goo. I'm gonna build drop this here. This requires maybe 2 requests. These things. And then you're gonna offer higher tier jelly, please. And this is made in just an assembler. Assembler. Just 1 second. So I need at least 16 of these. How many of these are I making? Looks like 2 yellow belts. So yeah, I can just do 16 buildings. Well, I've actually a big backlog, so I'm probably gonna build more than that.
Complete.
Can I build higher tier assemblers? That's fine. Uh, 14, 16. One second. Molly's asking for attention. Okay, I'm back. I think there's also these thick lines are like essentially like the octal, like it splits the planet into 8 quadrants. And I think these lines are always straight. So like you can draw a line along these thick lines and it'll like go all the way around the planet. Like there's no grid shift along these lines. I don't really know if that's really useful to know, but I guess knowing where the equator is helpful. I don't know. There's like a lot of like small stuff that like I didn't like really fully figured out, I guess, how to like use well. So it's 2 close, 1 far. I'm gonna have why are you complaining? Port occupied? Oh, I see. Put this to carbon nanotube. Input, outputs.
Flight mode.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this game, like coming from Factorio. There's a lot of things that are like were very annoying, that things either don't work well or don't work in the way that I expect them to. But there's also like game has like a lot of tools that are like that aren't in Factorio that I like a lot. So it's kind of a like there's some pluses and minuses, and some of it's just like you just have to learn like how the game wants you to play. But yeah, one of them is like, yeah, the fact that you can like, you like shift click a building and then you can like copy the building and all of its, like if you shift click a building, it copies both the recipe of the building and also like all the inserters for that building. So you can put the inserters for like one building and paste that building across. I found that the copy paste tool is kind of garbage. Unfortunately, but it works. My biggest problem with all stuff in general is just that like when you're pasting over things, like things can't overlap at all, unlike Factorio. I guess it's kind of more like how it is in Satisfactory. So like if you paste over like a partially like if I copy like this, for example, like I can't paste this in the same spot. It's not allowed. It says already occupied. I also can't like partially like if I did this wouldn't be allowed. It just doesn't let you place it. So like even without this belt, things can't like partially overlap. Even the belts can't partially overlap, and it kind of sucks. Like using the blueprint is like just hard to use well. My experience. I'm actually using quite a lot of G's. It's just these two belts and this belt. And this belt. It's like 4 outputs. Eh, yeah. All right. Now we're switching to things are slowly start being tier 3 painted. Like this is already switched over to the blue. think the blue paint also lasts longer. This paint's 24. Yeah, this paint's like twice as many. Cool.
Light mode.
Okay, so I'm probably just gonna stick the plastic in a... I kind of want to paint the plastic first. I guess I can do that. Yeah, so let's drop another one of these guys. Paint. Gotta put some power. I want you to request blue paint at like low quantity, set the demand. And you're gonna offer plastic. Go ahead and reverse this path. And drop our painter down. Triple painted plastic. Alrighty. Now my power is probably going to explode as like all the plastics are running. Seems okay right now. Cool.
Light mode.
I really need to start just building way more of these buildings. I need to like just get like going bigger, like just start dropping these planetary bases because the planetary logistics is actually really good. That's not the thing I wanted. They're super strong, and I'm just kind of a bit too hesitant to use them.
A landing relay station detected.
Where is this? Are you even on the right planet? Oh, it says it's pretty expensive to pick that up. There's another. Where? That's not the button. I need to press. Oh, that's because I'm pressing Z. Not on this planet. I'm up there. You? They put another one here? There's 4 miners on this planet now. Or 5. Uh, they're not. They gave a mimosa too. They're like, okay, fine, you live there, but they just keep attacking this planet, keep dropping more bases.
Replication complete.
All right. I'd like you to please request plastic. Um, 2000's fine, yeah. I also want to request blue paint. Small amount's fine. Repaints these like just in case. Oh, local demand, please. I set like the wrong number. Alrighty. Oh, this like blue paint like runs. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Okay, so now in theory this should be running at like way higher speed. These should all be running. I'm not making very much of this, so I probably will want to expand this pretty substantially. I probably want to build more of these tier 2 assemblers. I don't know where this purple cubes just came from, but whatever. We can probably do a little more research. More speed, sure. Speed is fine. Menu's getting kind of like laggy for some reason. Vertical construction.
Replication complete.
Already bought these, I think. Yep. Research speed. Oh yeah, thank you. This. It's white science. Okay. Kinetic damage. combat drone stuff would be good. I need to rebuild that stuff though. And I will want more tech at some point pretty soon. Purple production speed's still also pretty low. I'm painting this stuff, right? Yeah, but they're still green.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, whatever. Things will slowly upgrade to tier 3. I'm running out of this stuff now. There already isn't a lot of space to build more of this very easily. Yeah, like this little junction is like kind of has to be rebuilt, I guess. That tower is like not even slightly running. Yeah, we'll just rebuild this. Now there should be 16 of these. 15. paint. Okay. These are like all turning on. Honestly, I don't know if I have enough chip production or diamond production for this, but probably don't. It's fine. Okay, now we're getting way more purple. Okay, so that problem is resolved. Okay, next thing I wanted to work on is, I mean, ideally I should try to get, so I have two options. I either try to go out into space and explore a bit and just try to find a planet that has monopoles. If I can find a planet with monopole, that's going to be like absolutely huge. So I kind of might just want to do that. I just do a little bit of exploring. Monopoles. They call them something weird. They're called unipole, whatever. If you're not like familiar with like sci-fi, there is like every magnet has like a north and south side, so every magnet is bipolar. So there's just a north and south side always. There is like, as opposed to electrical forces that are monopoles. So if you have like an electron has like as a single point that produces either a negative or a positive charge, and like negative and positive attract. But magnets always have two ends. You never find like a north pole by itself with no south pole. So there's this theoretical idea of just for the parity of the electrical field, that maybe there somehow exists also a monopole for magnetism, in addition as there is one for electricity, electrical force. And as far as we know, the answer is no. A magnet, there's no such thing as a monopole magnet, but it is like a theoretical piece of sci-fi. Some things have it. To be honest, I don't really know the exact consequences of having a monopole. There are certain things that like you can kind of imagine might be easier to do with a monopole. For example, if you want to have like say, and this is probably the relevancy here, if you want to have like a containment field, like some sort of um like some sort of like just like or like you imagine like a maglev, like a levitating magnet, any kind of thing where you're using electric force to try to lift or contain some other object using the magnetic force. It's a little tricky with bipoles, because essentially the forces it's not just two like directions spitting out. It essentially, when you have a bipole, you get this like torus, you get a donut shape of the forces make these donut fields between the two poles. And so in order to contain something with magnets, the only way you can really do it is that you have to make these donut shaped magnets. So like you have this hole in the middle of the magnet where like the forces kind of create the forces are all going in like one direction instead of going in like a donut shape. The problem is that like you can't just make a donut shaped magnet. You need like a donut. You need like the shell of a donut. So like you can imagine if you had a hollow donut where along the surface of the donut the magnets were like going in a circular direction. You have this like complicated like magnet pattern where the ring on the inside, like on the inside of the donut, not like the hole is, the inside of the donut shell, there's like a circle that goes along the hollow part where the forces of the magnets are all going in one direction along that circle. So if you have like a something inside the donut that was like affected by the magnetic field, say it's something that's charging an electron or whatever, it would be forced to move in the donut in a circle, and it would just keep accelerating because the forces are all going one direction. And so it would stay in the donut, but it would just keep accelerating faster and faster. And so like containing that is really hard, because as it accelerates, you need to keep increasing the force of the magnet to keep accelerating it. So it's like very difficult to actually contain things this way. This is kind of the premise of, cyclotrons. You talk about like particle accelerators, as well as you talk about things like fusion energy and so on and so forth. So it's a pretty like well-studied physics engineering thing. But if you had monopoles, you can basically just make a box, right? If you have a box that was just like the entire box is just a north pole, like all the walls were north, then you can have like an electron in the middle and it would just like stay in the middle and just sit there, right? It wouldn't be moving. There's no acceleration forces. It's just there. So like if there was like an existence of like a monopole, it would make making those kinds of things like stupid easy and like way cheaper, and lots of crazy things would happen. But as far as we know, like the existence of a monopole is impossible. The fact there is like a whole thing about how like, because of how we understand how the magnetic force works, essentially the bipoles of the magnetic force is a like consequence of something that is because of how the magnetic force happens, which has to do with moving electrical charge. Essentially the magnetic force is caused essentially by moving electrical forces. And so the idea that you can have like a static one, like a magnetic force is being caused by electrons not moving, is like something that just doesn't happen, which is essentially what you would need to do to cause a monopole. So like it's basically it's very like impossible is the idea. But if this magical thing existed, it would make these like kinds of things like these containment field magnets like much easier to do. Now you could like believe in a universe where like maybe these monopoles are possible, but they're very like costly to run or whatever. But this game, they're clearly going the route where monopole is just like, you literally found it. There's just you mined it from the ground, you found a monopole just like out of the earth, and then it's like, hell yeah, we got our containment fields, brother. So I think that's kind of like the gist of what they're going with. I think that's kind of what's going on here. And so the normal way you build these like containment field things is essentially, I think it's supposed to be like this thing, like the actual item here is Willow Weird. This really should be made with these super magnetic rings. I think they just did this for a balance to make it cheaper. But essentially, I think it's supposed to be used these super magnetic rings and graphene and copper for no reason. I guess to make it like super reinforced. I don't really know. The items that go into this item don't really make any sense, but the idea is these are all like kind of expensive and hard to make. But if you just had this monopole thing available to you, this thing is free. So my like objective that I would love to do next is get this monopole resource. Now the problem is this resource is rare, and we look at the star map. I can only scan stars that are nearby, and the unipolar magnet is like there isn't any seed. What the fuck is this? What the hell is a seed? From NTR to Homan. Okay, I think it's moving apparently. There's another seed here. Yeah, that's probably part of Dark Fog. I don't think I saw these before. Well. But yeah, everything that's like too further away, I requires higher tier scanning. Now, so the other option is basically, instead of trying to find the monopoles now, I could instead try to learn cosmic explosion. Once I have this will just give me the ore distribution of the whole like cluster, which would then let me find the monopoles, assuming they even exist, right? They may not, like, I assume it's probably guaranteed that they're placed somewhere, but like the odds of me just traveling to every star to find these things may not be like a very good way to do it. But this requires green science. I am currently producing the first part of this. The second part is I'm not producing. So that would be the other option. So either try to go down the green science or to try to find these monopoles. The monopoles will make green science subsequently way cheaper. So I think probably the correct thing to do is just do green science. Just like I did purple science, I got like initial green science, purple science going with like, that was expensive. And then once I like got purple science going, I can make purple science really cheap. Now I probably do the same thing for green science. I'll start with like a really expensive green science. And then once green science is going, I'll get a little bit of green science, enough to be able to make green science very cheap. So I think that's probably the path I'll go for. Green science requires quantum chips. Which requires like this entire chain. Plane filter smelting. This requires monopoles. Fuck me. It's like, oh, a tier 2 smelter? Let's go. And I'm like, can't even make it. Alright. So we go up to here. Photon spotlight mining. It's like a higher tier miner. If ores are transported and contained in the particle form, building is easier as ores are collected faster. Collected ores can then be shipped out by conveyor belts or logistic drones. So you can transport the mined ores as lasers instead of as like ore. Quantum printing. No, that's a tier 3 assembler. Here's antimatter. Artificial star? Is this just... I already have fusion power, don't I?
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
I guess it's just like a better fusion reactor. What is this required to run? positive and negative proton beams. I don't know what the hell this... And here's antimatter. Maybe it just runs on antimatter. Maybe that's like this fuel source is used in this generator. I don't really understand that one, but sure. Okay, so green science, which I think useful. Green science requires this, right? Yeah. I'm already making regular chips, so I need to make whatever this thing, wave function interference, plane filter. Called Rapi frequency. Artificially interfere with it during a quantum jump to steer quantum desired directions. That is nonsense. But Casimir crystal plus I assume reinforced glass. Yeah. So I need to make these two things. There's an alternate recipe. Instead of using the super crystals, I can use just the diamond crystal. I think that saves me sulfur. But I need hydrogen. I'm just wondering if I can make this offsite instead of making that here. Glass, titanium, water. This I can just make here. This seems like not a huge deal. This can be just made wherever. And then this can just be made. Okay, so this chain here seems not too crazy. It's this thing that scares me a little. This resource here is made from this resource. So this is actually kind of expensive to make because again it requires this oil chain. A lot of these alternate recipes like dodge these oil chains. So this plastic plus oil plus water to make crystal, and then I combine that with titanium. Oh wait, no, this is not the same thing. I thought this was this resource. This is kimberlite. What is this other resource? It's this resource. Grading crystal. So a grading crystal can be used to make photonic combiners, which neat. But I didn't know is that they're also used to make Casimir crystals. But I also need hydrogen and graphene. And graphene can be made with ice fire, which produces hydrogen. Well, hold on. It produces 2 graphene, 1 hydrogen. I don't think the numbers add up even slightly. No, I need 12 hydrogen. That's kind of awkward. But I think that's fine. I can deal with that. I can live with this. So I need to find another star system that has this. So we look at the star system map. Because that's not here. You see this here? You see this, bro? All right, it's because Kraz doesn't have fire ice, and I need, yeah, it doesn't have this other material that I need. Grading crystal and fire ice. So this
Upgrade.
planet, for example, has it. Not a lot. Is there another spot? On grading crystal, again, it's like 800 and fire ice. This doesn't have it. This is even less. This one seems a little more, but it's basically the same number. Oh, here we go. 2 million. Does this also have hydrogen? No. See, I need grading crystal, fire ice, and hydrogen. Okay, this planet. Grading crystal 1.4 million, fire ice 19 million, hydrogen 0.8. Oh. This one seems pretty good. Okay, yeah. There's also like titanium and silicon, so yeah. Let's go to this place. Let's view it. Oh, but it's infested. Damn, I was hoping to go somewhere that didn't have any defenses. Yeah. I like move the map around. Not figure out how to do that. That seems to be the only planet that has what I want. I keep clicking on the hive. Stop clicking on the hive. Click on. It's a little far, but can I like tag this? There I can. I can. There's also. Is there? There's also stalagmite here. So right now I've going to Kraz to get my stalagmite. So are these all on the same planet? Stalagmite, grading crystal, fire ice. These are all on different planets. And hydrogen. All 4 of the resources I wanted are on different planets in the system. And there's a hive. That's going to be kind of a pain to deal with. This hive seems to be pretty active. Is there an indicator here about... It's 1 bases on this planet. There's 6 bases on this planet. 1 base on this planet. 6 bases. Okay, let's say we ignore the stalagmite for now. It's still, we have the grading crystal with only 1 base on it, and this with only 1 base on it. We could show up, blow up the base, and then build planetary defenses. I haven't actually done that before. I need to build like these things. I need to build at least one of these. Probably more, several of these. What's I'm missing? I'm missing probably.
Flight mode.
Okay, we have a plan now. We have a plan of action for like next steps. I need to like conquer these planets. Again, I have like oil in my inventory. I don't know where the fuck they came from. Oh no, I don't have any. I don't have enough chip production. That is a problem. Need some heavy titanium. Gives me 3 of those. We need more. Probably engines, I assume. Surprised I haven't really used those super magnets very much. That'll bring me to 4. And then I want to build a couple of these things. I need to make these guys accumulators. for harvesting hydrogen. I need more of these things. I was just saying, I'm like, oh, I'm surprised I don't need more of these. Need iron.
Mineral depleted.
Mineral deleted. Oh, it didn't drop on the ground? I just lost resources? You're joking. I was just trying to make it so it was a multiple of 10. That blows. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that at all. Can I move this around the queue? No. Alright, we'll have to wait for those to finish. I might as well prep my inventory, I guess, a little bit. These are things that I definitely do not need. Power is also kind of a problem. assemblers. Five miners. Let me just stack up on miners. I thought I had more missile turrets than this. $800 rockets. I probably want to build more signal towers. I probably want to build more turrets.
Replication complete.
People still talking about this weird review. How expensive is this planetary shield? Oh, I also probably should build more of these. Steel and these crystals.
Replication complete.
Oh, actually, I like have these things in a chest. Steel. There we go. Sure.
Insufficient materials. Insufficient
Build what we can
materials.
build there, that's fine. For signal towers. And that's how we build planetary defenses. Because it says that planetary defenses it doesn't say here, but I think it says that if you have a planetary shields,
Replication.
then it prevents things from landing on it. It also requires a lot of power, which I'm a little concerned about. So I might not bother with that. Grab some glass and stone just in case. Titanium. I don't want this coal. Let's grab some iron and copper. carry around. Just like bringing more resources with me. Probably nuclear power. And wind power. Okay. Let's go charge these accumulators. Accumulator. I'll do 20 at a time. Probably should have stuck these in earlier. I need 20 per. What the heck did I do? Middle click? Oh, can you like... Oh, look at that. You can like fix spots so they don't move. I don't think I knew that. So this costs 20 each. I also need engines and super magnets. Take some more wind turbines. Again, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be able to use them or not. Oh, I don't have enough power anymore. But now I do. I don't know why, like for a little bit I just like suddenly had no power. A bunch of machines like kicked in temporarily. Can you fly this low over stars? I don't think you can fly quite this low over gas giants. You might be able to. I haven't tried to fly to a sun yet. I kind of figure I'll just die, but I haven't tried yet. Yeah, I can make one of these. It's only taking a while because the power is not quite so over capacity.
Replication complete.
Weird how much like it seems to jump up and down. You know what it is? I bet it's the planetary logistics. I think whenever a ship arrives and they have to like charge a new ship up, that turns on and just blows through my power as it's charging. This is gonna take a while. Which just said how damaged they were, but I guess it's just trying to consolidate information. It's taking long enough that I kind of, well, no, I can't even build more than one of these. I just don't have enough power. I kind of should just build more power. What I should be doing. What is going on here? Alright, well that's going. Let me go check out the other planet, I guess. You behind? Oh, so 4. There you go. Over here. Generally, I found just building a bunch of bullet defenses was fun. I didn't need to actually have to like take out the planetary like mine or whatever. Just a little bit of damage. This thing's basically fine. This one's taking some serious damage. Oh. This thing did just kind of land, like, right here. I don't think I can quite take this out with just my... I don't like have any, like, anything on me. It's just my gun. I can do this. I can focus my fire. This does kind of piss off the... This did just like land next. This is the new one they just placed.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Nothing. Whoop. It just flies away. Probably do want to build more of those. It's like, man, I think it's taking a lot of damage. It's like, yeah, because it's continuously fighting the stupid base. That... All right.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Doo-doo-doo. I bounced. Sometimes this happens. I don't know, like, what causes bouncing. Getting owned because I don't have any power. Eh. Hmm. You know, I don't know why I bounce off the planet sometimes. But not having power is making this kind of suck. There we go. Didn't bounce this time.
Flight mode. Replication complete.
These powers. Like, wonder if I can use these accumulators for my power source, like initially, instead of having to deal with setting up like power systems.
Flight mode.
Yeah, so this is super limited because I don't have enough. What if we just upgrade these? These aren't painted.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Really? Oh, well, this is supposed to be painted. I see. Alright, let's fix this. Oh, and this isn't painted either. Wow, okay, I'm like leaving. Please. Hello? Oh, this paint right here. Got it.
Insufficient materials.
There we go. Okay, so they were supposed to be painted. It just, the line broke. Okay. No, I should have like a lot more purple running.
Flight mode.
All right. Let's head over, I guess.
Flight
Let's go get more belts actually before we go. I'm a little worried about having only 900. They're like kind of all dead. What is this powering? This whole thing. Wow, I already blew through all his iron. See, this is what I was talking about. I was like, man, I don't think this iron's gonna last very long. We were like, it's a ton of iron. Don't worry about it. Me like 10 hours later, iron's gone. None of this is running anymore. Alright. Let's end the space. Alright, M? Nope. V? I don't know why V is star map. We're going here. Specifically, I want to go to
mineral depleted.
this one. This has basically everything on it except this one resource.
Upgrade complete.
So I'll probably just mine this resource and export it here and then build everything here. Because this doesn't have coal, which I don't know if I need or not, but this has very little coal. 70% wind. 0 wind. Oh, geez. There's no wind on this planet? Low sun, too. Structural area 100%. There's no water. Again, I probably want to be here because, yeah. Where is this? Kraz? No, Kraz is the wrong one. Or where you at? Wait, did I not draw a line to it? Garden view. Going to Missardum 4 line. There we go.
Warp engine activated.
Took like a minute.
Warp engine deactivated.
Give me a little care of my power. I mean, now I'm the invading alien. I'm just showing up to another base where they've already like established themselves. I'm just showing up to blow them up, take their shit.
Cruise ended.
We have a nice ice planet. I assume there's no like mechanics around ice planets. All right. I need some inventory space, so let's just drop a chest. Yeah. Okay, now I want to build. Boom, boom. Chest. Burst. Took like way fewer inventories than I expected.
Upgrade complete.
I keep trying to like build from there, but I don't think that works. Too close into the turbine? Oh, it's because I'm like really... Got it. Understood. Alright. Oh, because I'm using the low tier item by mistake. Okay. I see. Does this let me build off like grid? Does. Huh. It does need to build like on grid. It's like weird though. Okay, and then I'm gonna, just in case, I'm gonna drop these guys down. a little hard to see the blue. Okay, so we got that emergency power. Okay, and then I need the signal tower. Tower. Yeah, it's so hard to see the blue.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Oh, I don't want to make more of these. These are all full. Just making sure that this is full before I like start deleting stuff. Okay.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Why do I have less space? Oh, because get rid of. That's still not fitting.
Upgrade complete.
Why? Oh, because maybe these enemies dropped things when I killed them. Uh.
Research complete.
I think that's in a different star system. Okay, so now let's go to the other. Wait, where do I even build the? Right here, right? Is there any way I can like mark this? Probably not easily.
Cruise mode.
I think it's. Let's go here first.
Cruise ended.
Okay. Build.
Research complete.
Remote supply, local storage, all seems good. I'll give me another inventory space too, so. I'm going to planet 1. There are 7 bases on this planet. No, we're going to 2. There's 1 base. This one has the grading crystal on it. See how aggressive this base ends up being. I keep reading grading crystal like it's like, oh, thank you, crystal.
Cruise ended. Flight mode. Cruise mode. Cruise ended.
The random little moon. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Arsenal's fine. Okay. Does this connect to this tower? Can't tell if it does. It's connecting to this line, which... just in case, I'm gonna put it there.
Dark Fog baseboard destroyed.
Boom. It's pretty satisfying how quickly those things go down. A little worried about not having enough geo plants. Right. Probably should build around this thing. You're looking for... whatever. Where are we right now? We're on 43 south, 40 south, 60 west.
Cruise mode.
Oh, if we're cruising, we can't see them.
Cruise ended. Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Oh, we can see. The planet is mostly empty. There it is.
Cruise ended.
We're about west, is just straight south of here. Put that here. Can I still fit something here? I think that actually ends up being more that way. So it should be
Flight mode.
this direction. Oh wow, that's actually just enough. Okay. Very convenient. Need interstellar logistics. Alright. 8, 13, 20. These ones. 17, okay. Mm. 9, 16. Thirteen, 16.
Mineral depleted. Just like no wind power here, because I guess there's no atmosphere, right? It's just a rock. What if I unpower this thing? Are we good here for power? And maybe I just need to not power this guy. Okay. That's not a problem. Alrighty. Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Going back to numero 3. 4. Yeah, well, not all enemies are poisonable, but yeah, poison is just damage. And the salve amulet doesn't work on all enemies. Like it only works on enemies that are listed as undead. But yeah, it's 20% damage. It's like absolutely like bonkers.
Cruise ended.
Alright, so ice crystals are like fucking everywhere here. What else do I need besides ice?
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
A lot of light years away.
Building destroyed.
Building destroyed. Destroyed a... They destroyed my power plant. Where? On Mimosa 2? That's my home planet? Maybe I should go back there now.
Flight mode.
That seems kind of urgent.
Cruise mode. Warp engine activated.
I didn't get a message saying that they're sending another thing down.
Warp engine deactivated.
Wait, it's taking me to Mimosa 3 again. Why didn't it said Mimosa 2? Oh. What? It did say Mimosa 2 before, right? This is not urgent if it's Mimosa 3. Because I built this somewhere where it wasn't defended. Didn't read. It's fine. Whatever. Cost is a warp core. It's not the worst thing. It's a little annoying, but...
Cruise ended.
I mean, it's definitely Mimosa 3. Don't really care about that, to be honest.
Flight mode.
I'm not gonna wait for power. It's not giving me the error message, which I guess I'm on the planet. Any useful upgrades I can grab? Bigger shield. Can keep that up, I guess. I'm watching the Unite International right now, and like someone's playing Talonflame right now, and I'm very confused.
Upgrade complete.
Literally no one plays that Pokemon. I haven't really been watching too closely, so I don't know if they've... I'm not entirely sure if they're playing Brave or not. Probably not. Everyone plays Fly who plays Talonflame. But Talonflame's always been kind of a joke in Unite. Have one niche, one trick pony. I guess I've really most only watched Worlds. I haven't really watched much of this other like competitive stuff. In Worlds, like Talonflame has only made like one appearance, and it was like they are getting their asses kicked, and they are just like playing it as a like off chance of like maybe we can make something work. We do something that they don't expect, kind of thing. As like a Hail Mary play. That's like the only time I've ever seen it played. No, it's Fly. Okay. And look, they lost. Yeah, they just lost 2-0. Well,
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
as much as I love Talonflame, no one seems to make it work.
Warp engine activated.
Is Fly better than... Fly is much more popular than Brave Bird is. It's very rare to see Brave Bird. In my opinion, Brave Bird is the superior move. I think it is it basically breaks the meta in a way that people don't know how to deal with against like a very large number of like teams. But it's just so rare to see people play it that way. I think Fly is just safer. So if you play Fly, it works against more teams.
Warp engine deactivated.
So it's just like you can kind of just play it and not have to worry about it. And so if you're like practicing like Brave Bird, it just like will work. Yeah, you can use it to escape. It's easier to secure because you can hold like your fly and then just drop it, and it drops like almost immediately when you drop it.
Upgrade.
So it's like more consistent, secure. It's a nice escape mechanism. It gives you like a lot of like tools that you don't have with Brave Bird. But like, um, Brave Bird just does an absolute bonkers amount of damage. Also, I think a lot of people like kind of forget about with Brave Bird is that you get a huge damage, a huge like defense buff when you take Brave Bird. And so like, as long as you can hit level 13, which from my experience you can, you're actually gonna have pretty decent survivability. The part where you get absolutely fucked is if the enemy team has like a lot of like stun. And that's basically true for any speedster. But like if the team is playing right, it's like really hard to get a pick off. Like I don't know.
Cruise ended.
I Brave Bird is really good. I think people just don't know how to play it. That is my honest like competitive opinion. I think it works a lot better in the meta than people think it does. And it is like currently a pretty like, people rate the Pokemon like as like a B minus tier Pokemon. And so in the competitive scene it basically never gets played. There's just so many other speedsters in the game that are just really strong. But yeah, I think people just people don't play it. Especially in ranked where like like if it's like your 5th slot choice, like what the enemy team is, like you can play Brave Bird like way more easily. One of the big problems I have with Brave Bird in general, like the biggest counter for it is if they have a Clefairy, you're screwed. You basically cannot play Talonflame with Brave Bird if the enemy team has a Clefairy. So it's like that's why you choose as your 5th pick. Your 5th pick is up. You see they don't have a Clefairy and they don't have like they have a team comp that seems like good, then yeah, choose Talonflame Brave Bird. If their team has like a ton of brawlers on it, don't play Talonflame. Your speedster is not going to do shit if they're just full of frontline brawlers. So like I don't know. I don't think it's that complicated, but I don't know. There's just other speedsters people like a lot, and that makes sense. That's fine. I've no problem. I'm not gonna say Talonflame is like a top tier speedster. There's other speedsters that are really good. I've always been very confused why no one plays Brave Bird. Like I don't know. Like when I have a Talonflame choosing Fly on the enemy team, I basically don't care. It's just not a very scary speedster. Like, if you want to try to backcap points and shit like that, like, play Greedent. Greedent's way better at that than Talonflame is. Yeah, all I need is... I'm importing this. I'm importing hydrogen. And then I'm importing hydrogen again. Importing crystals. Yeah, I mean, this could be just done anywhere. Do I want to do something with this crystal while I'm at it? Can I make this? This requires titanium and glass. And water. So I need stone, titanium, and water if I want to make this thing. And then I can bring this back instead of bringing the crystals back, because I don't think the crystals go into anything. I can just bring back the plain filter. Okay, so titanium. I need titanium. Titanium right here. I need water. Oh my god, there's a little bit of water right here. Spot's like perfect. Alright. Logistics. And drop this down. I need power. We will run. Oh, I forgot to put this on a thing. That's fine. Turn too much. What are you talking about? Okay. Load 0. Boom. Okay, please request hydrogen. Please request a crystal. Alrighty. Oh, I don't. Hydrogen should only be half. I guess I'll just both be half. I don't need more than 5,000. Whatever. I want these to be half so that I can like have a hydrogen loop, because I'm gonna be churning. This is gonna be producing excess hydrogen, but like a very small amount of hydrogen, and this is gonna be consuming more than it produces. So that loop will be perfectly fine. So graphene. So I need mine fire and ice. I don't have like I don't know where I don't have enough of these things. Oh my god, I hate this planet because it's like blue. It's so hard to see. I'm just gonna drop these because I like cannot see shit. Not go too crazy here. I mean, the numbers aren't even the problem. It's the blue lines. Like when I have like the blue on, I mean the white on white is just as much as the blue on white. I don't know. They're both so hard to see. So far, it's been fine. I found that when I blow up the base on the planet, they like sometimes rebuild it, and they usually just don't. Like I built a thing there and they just kind of fucked off and built somewhere else. So as long as I give them a planet to work on, like they're expanding other places, but as long as they have a planet to expand to, they seem to be fine letting me just build on these other bases. That might just be temporary, but so far it's been the case, so I'm fine with that. Okay, what building is this in? I really should have checked that first. Because it's probably gonna be in a chem plant, isn't it? Chemical facility. See, I'm glad I brought a bunch of these. What is the speed of this thing? It'll process 1 per second. What are the rest of these things? Are these chem plants? Assembler. See, this doesn't say, but... Oh no, it says below the recipe word, but not in the maiden. Okay, that's fine. Assembler. 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 Okay, so this is the only thing that's in the chem plant. Okay. And it's 1-to-1. Chem plants. Is all like buildable, so I might not have enough belt. Yeah, it has these like tiny little pockets of water. I have it. The text of the game implies so far, because it says ocean type water. So there's the implication that there's only like non-water oceans in the game. I just haven't run into them yet. Like there might be like a light oil ocean or like or an oil ocean. Sulfuric acid. I think it's the only liquids I've run into. But maybe that's also just like a future development. I don't know. Lava can't be harvested. Well, at least you can do. I assume you can put geo plants over lava, right? As like a fuel source. It's 13, 17. Should I get 18 if I can? 13, 19. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Mineral depleted.
I mean, how many of these do I have? 25. 13. 14. 20. 15. 21. 6, 7. 12. 19. Whatever. Use lava planets for the extra power source. It's interesting. Wait, what? Oh shoot, I didn't filter this. You know, I don't think that matters. They can be mixed spell because I'm gonna put him into a thing anyways. I forgot to put filters on these. That is really just not a problem. Well, no, it kind of is a problem. Because this is more than it can fit in a belt now. Alright, I'll put the belt back down. Fine. Kind of goofed this a bit, but whatever. We'll just make it work. Stay away from the water. Oh, there's titanium there. We'll add, here we go. I'm bringing one leftover belt, not the other. Kind of changed my mind. I should put the filters on. Alright, alright. This actually is not a hard thing to do. Set filter, hydrogen.
Minerals
Set
depleted.
filter. You know, this one should be hydrogen. It's the other way around. This one should be, boom, this one. Let's fix these filters. Let's not be lazy. There's a reason to do it this way, because it actually just reduces the amount of belt I have to run. The reason you're not bringing one of the leftover input belts.
Flight mode.
What do you mean? Oh, no, that's a mistake. Grabbing the wrong lane. So I want to bring back the hydrogen, this line, and this line. So it's just these two lines. Alright, let me just request the fire ice just so I can clear this belt. What are you stuck on? Oh, it's only let me put in one resource on each port. So this wouldn't have worked anyways. So it's still mixed belt. Is that just because of the length, or is it my filters are broken? Oh, I think it's just because. I have to make sure this is even working. You didn't put down the thing. What the hell? There we go. Like, they got half the filter. Weird. Construction distance? Oh, maybe.
Flight mode.
Alright, well, here's what I do. Apparently this doesn't even do what I want. Oops. One side seems to be just hydrogen now. This one's still mixed.
Flight mode.
Oh my god.
Flight mode.
All right. Why are you not accepting? Oh, interesting. That's not good. This won't let me go in. Does that mean my... That might mean my thing is like not working. I want to have it so the local lets me put in higher than the remote. That means it doesn't work. How do I allow the local supply go in? I don't think this game even had the side loading problem. I don't know what you mean by that. What I want to do is that there's like a byproduct from this. I want the byproduct to go here. I mean, I guess I just have to make priority. And this... I'm just want to make sure it doesn't explode. Maybe it's not a problem. You remove or change a belt in a bad place. Yeah, you can, but you can still side load. Like if I do this, it'll side load. That's probably what happened, is I accidentally drew a line like that. If I draw a line like this, it doesn't side load. Like I must have accidentally clicked so they connected. I'm pretty sure. That, or maybe I did this. No, usually that doesn't. It always like tries not. Yeah, I must have accidentally clicked too far. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Wasn't paying attention. Oh, I need to drain these belts too. One seems fine.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Goes to 3. This one seems to not have any hydrogen on it. This one definitely has a lot of hydrogen on it. Alright, so that's this. I guess I can just make this. I guess I can just have priority input instead of buffer. And I guess it should be fine. There is like a weird backup that can happen, but I think it should be okay. Yeah, I mean, this game doesn't seem to have any concept of like buffer chests, which is a little unfortunate. So what I want to do now instead, essentially, is bring hydrogen down here instead. Build this, which requires assembler. It will burn half. Oh, I probably need to bring a lot of hydrogen, don't I? Maybe I don't have enough hydrogen production here. Alright, that's fine. It's the same thing for the crystals. Yeah, I definitely can't use 2 belts of this stuff. That's fine. 2 crystal a second per assembler. So if I have a full belt, that's gonna be 8 per crystal. Okay, this is all buildable. Alright, that's fine. So here's 8 assemblers. If I wanted to How many of these do I probably want to need? One. And this is, it's 2 per second. This is going to be using half. So I can do 4 lanes. So I can double stack it and then make this twice as long. So I can add another. This is 16. Which one? Sorry, where did I lose it? Let's say we double stack the crystal and triple stack the hydrogen. I'm only using half of one belt for this. Alright, because 16 uses 8. I'm only gonna get half a lane of crystal. Spell another 16. Probably just be like over here. Plenty of space, so it's not really a problem. Want to do here instead is combine these 2 lanes and then pilers. I do not have a lot of these. Put the logistics is going to be, we're going to put a splitter here. Hydrogen. Hydrogen. Priority input, priority inputs. gonna reverse this path. And then actually I think I want to reverse these. It's okay. Is there 4x? Doesn't seem quite right, but I guess that's... I had like the same problem before. We're gonna do what we did last. I try to do the exact same thing with because instead of this we'll just use pile inserters. Oh, I don't have many of these. That's fine. Second of all, these need to be pile inserted. Blue belts. I need 4 blue belts. Why does this not look like it lines up with these ones? Okay. More pilers. Applied. All right. These are piled. So the problem is that this makes using pile inserters makes them low priority. You can stack them higher, I think. I think when you pile them, it only puts from one like stack on top of the previous stack, so like it doubles the height. I could be wrong, but when I was testing before, that seemed to be the behavior. So I wanted to have it 4 tall. I needed to have 2 sets. Yeah, I could be wrong, but when I was testing before, that's what was happening. So the problem is that I want to put a piler here. But the priority like wasn't working. Like, this is what I want to do. And then splitter. Then priority merging. Can't do that way. Oh. Not. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. So like this. I don't know. I'm gonna just pretend this works. I want to take piled. Crystal. This is consuming 2 each, so I just need to be double piled, not quadruple. But I'll quadruple and then split the line. Where's this path? And then this needs these 2 lines. Black item. Alright. It's not what I want to see. Black item. Something's broken somewhere. I don't like haven't even enough for this. What is going on? Broski, what? Oh, how do I make this only request hydrogen from this planet? I guess just don't load this up. That's a little scary. Why are these wobbling? Is it because they're full of hydrogen? Is this supposed to be like, oh, they're gases or whatever? Just so I can get this like temporarily running. This needs to be stacked, right? Which means I need 2 lanes of this thing. Oh gosh. Where even are the casts? And I can't make this. Wait, no, I can. Whatever.
Replication complete.
This is like, it's so confused. I'm like crossing some sort of... Alright. I'm not entirely sure how much power I've like been consuming, but it concerns me slightly. Okay, but we are making these crystals now. Can I downgrade? I can. That may give me some amount of this back. That should reach the whole line. Okay. This tower got placed too early. Okay. Now I can put power poles down. There's some suffering from this grid. All right. So this should only be producing a full 8 belts or a half 8 belt. I'm pretty sure I only need to run this to one side, not both sides. Because it's 16. Yeah, it's like 4 and 8. Yeah, so this is only consuming one lane of this. So in theory, I should probably fix up the math here so that it is correct. I feel like I made this like way harder for myself to just so that I can it's fine. Wait, why is this empty though? Wait, what? Oh, it's because this is barely running. Got it. Guess that's fine. It's barely running because this is backed up. Okay. I mean, reason not to just make that max then, I guess. So now the question is, can I build any more of this chain right now, or do I need to really just leave? I think I probably just need to get more belts. I need stone, right? Which this planet certainly has, right? Stone right here.
Flight mode.
Stone closer to over here. I need stone plus titanium and water. Ideally, like, kind of close to each other. Titanium here. Don't think I need silicon. The titanium here. So probably this titanium and this stone and this water. These three. Reactor's kind of in the way, but that's fine. How much do I need? I need twice as much of this. Which means I need... And right now I'm making I'm making 8. So I need 16 of this, which means I need 32 glass. Which means I need 64 stone. I don't know if I'm be making that much stone. I might need to get another stone source to get that much stone. It's 32. It's also in a smelter. Why is the outside line longer? Oh no, I see, I see. See where I made my mistake. So this is 64. All right. Well, let's build this first and see what happens. So 13. That's 20. 18. So this one plus this one. There's definitely not enough for more than 2 lanes. I can't do 3. I can't do 4 lanes. All right, whatever. Okay, yeah, I'm truly out now. All right. Wouldn't it be better just to blow the planet up? I mean, I guess.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
B. My mouse is like not working very well right now, apparently.
Warp engine activated.
Oh man, they have a Goodra on this team. It's a shame. Another Pokemon that's fun, but is just not very good, unfortunately, competitive.
Warp engine deactivated.
Is one even correct? Let's see. No, I want to go to 2. I want to see behind it. Fortunately, I kind of missed. Pretty far away. See, they built the boring way, though. They didn't do muddy water. They did the laser. I mean, it's fun. You're really unkillable, but, like, muddy water is so much better. What the conversion rates are? Well, I mean, Lightyear is... No, they're definitely not real life scales. I mean, light years can be whatever they want, as is astronomical units. I'm trying to remember exactly the definition of an astronomical unit is. It's like the distance to the closest star or something like that. Or is it like way smaller than that? Is it the distance to the sun?
Cruise ended. Flight mode.
It is the distance to the sun. Okay. It's kind of an arbitrary... That's a very arbitrary unit. Well, also, like, the scale of everything is always really wrong, as you'd expect in a game like this. Like, the distances between things are way too small for the relative size of things. Like, obviously the planets are tiny, but, like, the size of planets, like, the size of this planet, which is a moon that's orbiting another planet, like, they're orbiting way too fucking close for their relative size. I mean, that's a really common thing in, like, in just space games in general. Just... What else do I want to make before I leave? Am I like low on miners, I guess? I don't know if I need more water pumps. I didn't like make any more. Need chips. Too far away. Chips. Just in case. Yeah, they're just totally arbitrary made up numbers. I mean, it's fine.
Validation complete.
The thing is, they could have made it so that planets and stars are all really far apart from each other. and then just like say like this is the size of the universe, everything is just like you just multiply the scale of the units of like everything by like 10,000 or whatever like makes sense for like the size of the planet, and then just roll with that. And it's like, yeah, everything's far away, but you can just make yourself go really fast. Like, if you ignore relativity, like, there's no reason you can't just say, yeah, you're just going really fucking fast. And then, like, warp can be arbitrarily fast. I mean, they could just make us you just can't fly to other stars without warp. Which, personally, I don't have any problems with. The fact that it takes you, like, an hour to fly there without warp seems a little silly to actually do. And, like, okay, there's an achievement for it, but, like, it kind of sucks. Yeah, like warp speed is supposed to be faster than, well, no, it's not faster than light, but it's effectively faster than light. It's like it's arbitrarily fast, right? It's faster than light asterisk, not really faster than light. My inventory is really small, and I feel like there's, I got some energy shards. An anti-soft lock method, if you strain yourself in empty space and you're forced to reload. True, I guess. I'm not really a huge fan of that reasoning, but it does make sense. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of fine with you, like, if you can just soft lock yourself and you just have to reload your file. To be completely honest, if you do something really stupid like that. Alright, so grab more power, I guess. More assemblers. Let's grab furnaces. Let's grab more inserters. Probably don't really need anything else. I don't know. Whatever. We're good.
Cruise mode.
Like we're going from one planet orbiting a gas giant to a different planet orbiting a gas giant. Although I guess they should call them moons.
Warp engine activated.
One light year's only, it's 60x.
Warp engine deactivated.
Not pretty close to that star. I do wonder if I should have brought more hydrogen harvesters.
Cruise ended.
I wonder if the gas giant affects solar. Oh, that's a good point.
Light
It actually might. I mean, there's mechanics around like, oh, if you don't have like basically there's all sorts of things like if you don't have vision of the sun or not, like your solar collector, but also like your Dyson sphere collector stuff like doesn't work. I didn't actually grab this power. Where is my base? Did I go to the wrong planet? No, it's the right planet. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't use that power source. Whatever. We have tons of nuclear. I'm less worried about it. This is like extremely excessive, but I guess these things just won't run out, which is fine. Whatever. Start making glass. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if it said it makes our Dyson related thing worse, because the Dyson related thing you need to have vision of the sun essentially. So it may be that if you're in shadow, it's of another celestial body, then it reduces the effectiveness, which doesn't seem like a very hard calculation if they're just calculating for like if you're a moon or if you're like on a planet orbiting another planet or whatever, then like figure it out if it's in between, which that's some fairly simple trig. Okay. So we have glass. We need titanium. So let's say we have 16 glass. So let's try to get 16 titanium.
bulb.
Let's grab this titanium. This titanium is like so weirdly shaped. Titanium is 2-to-1, so it's the same exact thing. So I need to make 2 belts to go up there. 663. I'm just gonna grab half. It's fine. $12, 15, 18. That's how about 6. 9. 15, 20. 13. 19. This could be a third lane, but we're gonna might as well just do it this way so that it like will last longer. Titanium.
Insufficient materials.
Real life moons are usually tidal locked to planets they orbit. I don't think that's actually true. The moon is, but I don't know if that's like. I'm trying to think. My intuition says that it isn't true, and it just has to do with the fact that the moon is so close relative to its size. But I don't. That might be true. I don't know enough to be able to say that's not true. It seems a little surprising of a fact. But yeah, if it was tidally locked, you would. The large ones at more distance. Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that works out. But yeah, I mean, if you imagine a situation where you're on a moon that's totally locked to a bigger planet, I don't think that would really change things too much in terms of like the average solar throughput. I mean, obviously, if you're on the sun side, like you want to build on the side that's away from the planet, so that. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does matter, right? Because then if you're on the side with the planet, then you basically there's like some percentage that this planet's like blocking. If you're on the other side, this planet's never blocking. What's happening? Why is this lane so empty? What? Is power dead? Yeah, power's fine. Oh, because I understand. Most of it is unconnected. Alright. Now I need water. How much water? I assume another 16. Yep, another 16. This is like such a terrible water source. We can fit 2 here, right? Part of me wonder if I like flatten one side slightly. These only produce like 2 each, I think, or 1 each.
Flight mode.
Is there any other bodies of water right around here? Yeah, I mean, there's this puddle of water here that I was planning on using. Seven. I guess because there's bonus multipliers. Okay, well, each one's like 1. So this is 6. Seven, 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. 13. Wait, no, I only need 12. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the other way around. Yeah, like if you just have like random, like you kind of like assume like when the formation, which is not true. You probably shouldn't make the assumption, but if you like assume that like the relative rotations are just random, and you just put the moons down at like a random distance from like the planet kind of thing. It's like what kind of like is there forces that will make them become tidally locked? And the answer is yes. The forces exist. The thing that's more cool to me than tidally locked moons is when a planet has multiple moons, they start orbiting at like these like integer relative frequencies to each other. That's always like has been this really like neat thing. But this is all 1-to-1 times 5 tooths. That's how that word works. So 16 divided by 2 times 5. I need 40 assemblers. What if I just draw like a really long line and say, yeah, that works? That's 30. Oh, there's water right here. We'll do it this way. We'll do rows of 20 then. Yeah, I recommend there's a video by Steve Mold that he talks about this specific like phenomena that I found pretty interesting. He's basically like trying to like find like what is like the force, like what is the interaction that causes this phenomena to happen, and I thought it was like fairly well done. I try that again. That's an exit. Yeah, belting directly across the North Pole, you bet. Medium, water, glass. Okay. Please make me reinforced titanium glass. Just needs one of, but it takes 5 seconds, so everything's really slowly. Yeah. So one from here, one from here, and then one from here, and I guess one from here. Sure. These are like off by 1 tile, and that slightly annoys me, but not enough for me to care. barely touching power. Okay. So we have 16 and 8. Although I think I'm only making 4. What are these made in? Assembler? 12 seconds. So need 8 times 12. 96 machines? Bro, I didn't bring 96. I brought 50. Plus this extra 48. Actually, I did bring like 96. But whatever. I don't have 96. Holy crap. I'm not outputting the crystals in here. The crystals are over here. This is over here. These things are actually kind of far from each other. Just drop it right here. This is on an aligned grid. It's 48 across. How long is this thing? Can I use this to figure out the count? 46. I can. And they're all really slow, so it really doesn't matter the direction, draw direction here. No. What's up, Moles? I'm getting a lot of soil on this planet, apparently. Barely like a farm soil here. Well, I'll have to try to figure out how to play with one hand because...
Flight mode. Flight mode.
Well, I'm making these now. Or obviously I'm gonna need to really step up my computer chip production too back on home, but that's hopefully less of a problem. I could just make the processors here. They're not super complicated. Because this doesn't go into anything either except for the quantum chip. And this is producing 8 a second. Once it's like fully built. It's getting kind of late. I should probably stop here. I'll consider building computer chips on this planet. I have to check. there's very little copper. I probably can't. So I think we won't build them here. But yeah. Built like much more of a base here than I was like planning to, so that's kind of neat. But it's nice when you just like have another planet that you're just like, yeah, I don't fucking care about how much space things take. I can kind of just throw things wherever and just like go. Unless you build things really fast. Wait, I have this shows north and south pole when you're looking at map view, but you're not in map view, you can't see it. It should show it here. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, I'm done for now. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all around. I'll probably won't stream. Well, I'll probably stream tomorrow night for a little bit, but I don't really know exactly what my plans are. So yeah, we'll see. All right, see ya.